Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The night the moon shattered, Primula Lightfoot was lost in the depths of the great library of Hobbiton, her nose buried in an ancient tome of forgotten lore. The first indication that something extraordinary had occurred came when the moonlight streaming through the high windows suddenly flickered, as if someone had drawn a veil across the sky. When she finally looked up, the sight that greeted her made her drop her precious book. Where once hung a single silver orb, now two broken halves of the moon cast an eerie double shadow across the land. In the chaos that followed, as hobbits emerged from their holes to gawk at the fractured sky, Primula remained in the library. Her fingers trembled as they traced the worn spine of a book that had fallen from its shelf during her startled movement. The Concordance of Dragons and Halflings, a title she had never noticed before, bound in leather that seemed to shimmer like scales in the strange new light. As she opened the ancient volume, something slipped from between its pages, a mirror small enough to fit in her palm, its frame crafted from what appeared to be dragon scales that still held a faint iridescent glow. When she gazed into its surface, she didn't see her own reflection, but rather a vision that took her breath away, a vast hall where dragons and hobbits sat together in council, their voices joined in harmony, their purposes united. I was wondering when someone would finally find that, came a voice from the shadows. Gandalf the Grey stepped into the twin moonlight, his eyes twinkling beneath his broad-brimmed hat. The Mirror of Harmony, last relic of a time when dragons and hobbits were more than just characters in cautionary tales. The wizard explained how, long ago, hobbits and dragons had been the closest of allies. The hobbits' connection to earth and home had balanced the dragon's affinity for air and wanderlust. Special hobbit diplomats, known as dragon tongues, had served as bridges between the two races. But a great betrayal, or perhaps a terrible misunderstanding, had severed this bond, leading both races to gradually forget their shared history. And now the moon has broken, Primula whispered, understanding dawning in her heart. Just like the alliance was broken, indeed, Gandalf nodded. And unless that ancient bond is renewed, the breaking of the moon will unleash forces that could tear Middle-earth apart. The dragon's magic and the hobbit's connection to the land once helped maintain the world's balance. Without it, he left the thought unfinished, but the growing tremors that had begun to shake the Shire spoke volumes. An ancient prophecy, written in the margins of the Concordance, spoke of a time when the moon would split, and only the reunion of dragons and halflings could prevent the unraveling of the world. But to achieve this, a dragon tongue would need to awaken their hereditary gifts and seek out the last of the great dragons, Orathrix the Golden, who slumbered in the mountains of morning. But why me? Primula asked, though in her heart she already knew the answer. The mirror had chosen her, and as she held it, words in an ancient language bubbled up from some deep recess of her mind, words that felt as natural as breathing. Her journey took her far from the comfort of the Shire, accompanied by Gandalf and, surprisingly, her gardener Sam Gamgee, who refused to let her face danger alone. Begging your pardon, Miss Primula, but someone needs to make sure you don't forget about second breakfast. The mirror guided their way, showing glimpses of paths to take and dangers to avoid. They traveled through the old forest, where the trees whispered secrets in an ancient tongue that Primula somehow understood. They crossed the misty mountains, where stone giants waged their endless wars among the peaks. Each step took them closer to the mountains of morning, and with each passing day, Primula felt something awakening within her, an ancient gift passed down through generations of her family, dormant, but never truly lost. The devastation caused by the broken moon grew worse. Tidal waves battered coastal cities, while inland, earthquakes shook the foundations of the earth. The very fabric of reality seemed to be unraveling, as the moon's magic had been woven into the world's creation. Finally, they reached the lair of Orathrix the Golden. The ancient dragon was magnificent and terrible to behold, her scales gleaming like captured sunlight, her eyes holding the wisdom of ages. When she spoke, her voice resonated with both power and grief. "So, little dragon tongue, you have come at last," the dragon rumbled. "But can you heal what was broken by pride and fear so long ago?" Drawing upon her awakened gifts, Primula spoke in the ancient dragon tongue, sharing not just words but memories stored within the mirror, showing the harmony that once existed between their peoples. She spoke of the present danger, of the breaking moon in the unraveling world, but more importantly, she spoke of hope. As she talked, the mirror began to glow, and within its surface, the two halves of the broken moon began to draw together. Orathrix's eyes widened in recognition. The mirror of harmony, she breathed. "We thought it lost in the sundering." The dragon revealed that the moon had been created as a symbol of the alliance between dragons and hobbits, and its breaking was both an omen and an opportunity. Together, using the mirror's power combined with dragon magic and hobbit wisdom, they might be able to restore what was broken. Under the shattered moon, Primula stood before Orathrix holding the mirror high. As she spoke the ancient words of binding, the dragon added her voice in harmony. Magic swirled around them, golden and green, fire and earth combined. In the sky above, the broken halves of the moon began to draw together. But mending the moon was only the beginning. In the years that followed, Primula became the first dragon tongue in an age, rebuilding the bridge between dragons and hobbits. She established a new library in the Shire, where dragons would come to share their wisdom, and young hobbits would learn the ancient tongue. The mirror of harmony hung above the library's main hearth, no longer showing visions of the past, but reflecting the present, a world where dragons soared over the Shire, and hobbits once again dared to dream of adventures beyond their rolling hills. And if visitors looked closely at the mirror's surface, they might catch a glimpse of a whole and perfect moon, its light shining down on dragons and hobbits alike, united once more in ancient friendship. Story 2. The longest winter in the Shire's memory had turned Hobbiton into a crystalline dream, each branch and blade of grass encased in delicate frost. Yet beneath this ethereal beauty lurked a creeping dread, for the cold that gripped the land was no natural occurrence. As the 100th day of winter dawned, Finbar Pebblebrook stood at his round doorway, his breath forming ghostly patterns in the frozen air, and lifted his grandfather's silver flute to his lips. The melody that emerged was as ancient as the hills themselves, a tune that had visited Finbar in his dreams for weeks now. As the notes danced through the still morning air, something extraordinary happened. Golden shadows, like sunlight given form, began to weave and spin around him, their movements perfectly matched to his music. Finbar's fingers trembled, but he didn't dare stop playing. The shadows swirled faster, taking shapes he recognized from old tales: galloping horses, soaring eagles, and dancing figures that seemed almost solid enough to touch. In that moment, he understood with startling clarity that his grandfather's stories of the ancient bards hadn't been mere bedtime tales. Well now, young Pebblebrook, came a voice like autumn leaves rustling. It seems the old magic hasn't forgotten the Shire after all. Standing at his garden gate was Elderleaf the Grey, one of the wandering wizards who occasionally passed through the Shire. His eyes twinkled with a mixture of worry and hope as he watched the golden shadows dissipate into the winter air. The ancient bards, Elderleaf explained, settling himself by Finbar's hearth a short while later, were masters of a magic older than the elves themselves. Their music could shape reality, heal wounds, and even hold back the darkness. The wizard's expression grew grave. And darkness, dear Finbar, is precisely what we face. This endless winter is no natural occurrence. It is the work of the Frost Queen, who seeks to freeze all of Middle-earth. In an eternal embrace of ice, Finbar clutched his flute tighter. But what can I do? I'm just a hobbit who happens to play a bit of music. Elderleaf's eyes sparkled. You are the last heir of the bardic line, whether you knew it or not. And only the combined power of the three sacred instruments, the silver flute, the golden harp, and the crystal drums can prevent the great winter from consuming all lands, and so began Finbar's journey. One that would take him far from the comfort of his hobbit hole and into lands of legend. With Elderleaf as his guide, and his cousin Rosa Pebblebrook insisting on coming along, someone has to keep you from forgetting second breakfast. They set out on the first day of the 101st day of winter. Their first destination was the Twilight Woods, where the golden harp was said to be guarded by the dusk elves, beings who existed in the space between light and shadow. The woods lived up to their name even at midday. The forest was bathed in eternal twilight, with strange lights dancing between the trees. It was here that Finbar learned the true extent of his powers. When a pack of shadow wolves surrounded their camp, his music created barriers of golden light that kept the creatures at bay. The magic responds to emotion as much as skill, Elderleaf explained. Your desire to protect gave it form. The dusk elves proved to be both beautiful and terrible, with skin like moonlight and eyes that held galaxies. Their queen, Lunareth, agreed to relinquish the golden harp only after Finbar played a melody that made stars dance in the twilight canopy above. The old magic recognizes its own, she said, presenting him with the harp that seemed to be made of living sunlight. The crystal drums proved a greater challenge, for they were kept in the heart of the Frost Queen's domain, the Ice Spires, where eternal winter had ruled for 1,000 years. It was here that Finbar discovered why Rosa had been destined to join their quest. She possessed the ability to hear the rhythms of the earth itself, a perfect complement to his melodic magic. In the Ice Spires, they encountered beings of living frost and learned that the Frost Queen had once been a bard herself, before the death of her beloved drove her to freeze her own heart. The revelation shook Finbar. Would such power always come with such a terrible price? The final battle took place in the Great Hall of Ice, where the Frost Queen sat upon her crystalline throne. When she saw the golden harp and silver flute, something flickered in her frozen eyes, recognition and perhaps regret. You cannot understand, her voice echoed like breaking icicles. The world is chaos and pain. I offer eternal peace in my winter's embrace, but Finbar understood something now that he hadn't at the beginning of his journey. Music isn't about perfect harmony, he said, raising his flute. It's about finding beauty in the discord, hope in the minor keys, and warmth in the spaces between the notes, as Rosa began to tap out the heartbeat of the earth on the crystal drums. Finbar played a melody that spoke of spring mornings and summer evenings, of harvest festivals, and the laughter of children. The golden harp joined in of its own accord, its notes like sunbeams breaking through clouds. The Frost Queen rose from her throne, ice cracking around her. For a moment, it seemed she would strike them down, but then she began to sing, her voice carrying 1,000 years of grief and longing. The four sounds intertwined: flute, harp, drums, and voice, creating music that made the very foundations of Middle-earth tremble. As the last note faded, the first tear in a millennium fell from the Frost Queen's eye, freezing into a perfect diamond before it hit the floor. The eternal winter began to fade, not in a sudden thaw that would have brought flooding and destruction, but in a gradual awakening, like the world itself was remembering how to live again. Finbar returned to the Shire changed, but still very much a hobbit. He kept the silver flute and used its magic for simple things, helping crops grow, healing sick animals, and creating spectacular displays at birthday parties. The golden harp was returned to the dusk elves for safekeeping, while the crystal drums found a new home in the restored ice spires, where the Frost Queen learned to create winter without malice, as part of the natural cycle of seasons. On quiet evenings, though, visitors to Hobbitown might still see golden shadows dancing around Bag End, where Finbar would play his flute on the doorstep, his music telling stories of adventures that most hobbits wouldn't believe, but all loved to hear. And if sometimes those shadows took the shape of a proud queen with sad eyes, or elves dancing in twilight woods, well, that was just part of the magic that had returned to Middle-earth, as natural as the changing of the seasons themselves. Story 3. For as long as anyone in the Shire could remember, the west wind had been a constant companion, carrying the distant scent of the sea and the faint echoes of elvish songs. Its gentle touch blessed the crops and kept the air sweet, a reminder of the ancient magic that still lingered in Middle-earth. But on the morning of the summer solstice, Samwise Greenhand woke to an unnatural stillness that made his garden seem like a painting frozen in time. The absence of the wind was like a missing heartbeat in the world. Leaves hung motionless on trees, smoke from morning fires rose in perfect vertical columns, and an oppressive silence settled over Hobbiton like a heavy blanket. As Sam tended to his prized tomatoes, he noticed something stranger still. The plants were whispering to him, not in the usual rustle of leaves, but in actual words. "The balance is broken," they seemed to say. The gateway must be sealed again. Before Sam could make sense of this peculiar occurrence, a tall figure appeared at his garden gate, Lady Galadriel herself, her presence as unexpected as snow in summer. Her eyes held both starlight and shadow as she gazed upon the young hobbit gardener. "The west wind has failed," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ages, and with it, the last barrier between our world and the void where Morgoth was banished. "You, Samwise Greenhand, are the last of the Windkeepers. Though you know it not," she revealed to Sam that long ago, when the world was younger, certain hobbits had been chosen as guardians of the magical boundaries between realms. The west wind was not merely a breeze, but a powerful enchantment that helped maintain the walls between worlds. Now, with the wind's failure, the seals were weakening, and the first Dark Lord, Morgoth, could return from his imprisonment. "But I'm just a gardener," Sam protested, though even as he spoke, he felt something stirring in his blood, like the memory of ancient songs. "The greatest magic often hides in the simplest things," Galadriel replied. "Why do you think hobbits have such a gift for growing things? It is old magic, earth magic, the kind that even Morgoth cannot corrupt." And so began Sam's journey to the White Towers beyond the sea, where the last elves guarded the knowledge needed to restore the west wind. He was joined by an unlikely companion, Grunk, a young ORC who had rejected the violent ways of his people to pursue knowledge of healing herbs. The two made an odd pair, a hobbit who talked to plants and an ORC who could name every medicinal flower in Middle-earth. Their path took them through the old forest, where the trees remembered the First Age and still bore scars from Morgoth's original reign. Here, they encountered Tom Bombadil, who taught Sam songs of power that could calm ancient spirits and wake sleeping stones. Music and growing things, Tom said with a knowing smile. They're more alike than most folk realize. Both need air to live, wind to carry the seeds and the songs. As they traveled, signs of the wind's absence grew more dire. Birds struggled to fly in the still air. Clouds hung motionless in the sky, and darkness crept in from the edges of the world. They were pursued by shadow creatures that slipped through the weakening barriers between worlds, servants of Morgoth testing the boundaries of their master's prison. In the Barrow Downs, they found unexpected allies, a group of peace-seeking ORCs who maintained secret gardens in hidden valleys. These ORCs revealed that not all their kind had been truly evil. Some had been enslaved by Morgoth's will, and in the absence of his influence, they had begun to remember who they were before the corruption. The greatest challenge came at the Tower of the Evening Star, where the last elven wise lived. Here, Sam discovered that restoring the West Wind would require more than just magic. It would need understanding between all the peoples of Middle-earth. The wind had failed because the world had grown too divided, too full of prejudice and fear. In a chamber at the tower's peak, beneath a dome of crystal that reflected the light of stars that had long since faded, Sam learned the truth of his heritage. The Windkeepers had been chosen not for their power, but for their ability to see the good in all things, to nurture growth whether in gardens or hearts. Standing before the ancient window that opened to the west, Sam began to sing the songs Tom had taught him. Grunk joined with an Orcish healing chant, his deep voice harmonizing unexpectedly with Sam's Hobbit melody. The elves added their own ageless music, and gradually others joined in the peace-seeking ORCs, the birds of the air, even the stones of the tower itself. As the music grew, a breeze began to stir. Small at first, then building, carrying with it the sense of every garden and forest it had ever touched. The west wind returned not as a barrier, but as a bridge connecting all the lands and peoples it touched, carrying songs and stories and seeds from one corner of Middle-earth to another. Morgoth's influence was pushed back not by force of arms, but by the simple, unstoppable power of growing things and the people who tended them. The shadows retreated, and the world seemed to take a deep, grateful breath. Sam returned to the Shire changed, yet still very much himself. His garden became a gathering place for travelers of all kinds, elves, ORCs, and even the occasional wizard, all drawn by the extraordinary plants he grew and the tales he would tell. The vegetables grew larger, the flowers bloomed brighter, and visitors swore they could hear music in the rustling of the leaves. Grunk established a healing house nearby, where he taught others ORCs, hobbits, and men alike the gentle magic of herbs and growing things. Together, they created gardens that helped heal the scars left by centuries of division and fear. And the west wind, now restored, carried more than just the scent of the sea. It carried hope and the promise that even in the darkest times, new things could grow from the smallest seeds of understanding. On quiet evenings, those who listened carefully might hear in its whispers the songs of all the peoples of Middle-earth, joined together in a harmony that even Morgoth could never break. Story 4. The dreams began on Marigold took Baggins's 33rd birthday, the age when hobbits traditionally come of age. Each night, she found herself wandering through vast underground chambers beneath the green hills, where crystals pulsed with their own inner light, and ancient runes danced along the walls. At first, she dismissed them as mere flights of fancy, the kind that occasionally plagued the more adventurous, took side of her family. But when darkness began seeping from the ground like water from a cracked cup, she could no longer ignore the call of the deep. Marigold lived in Bag End, inherited from her famous cousin Bilbo, though she had none of his reputation for adventure. She preferred books to battles, maps to mayhem. Yet as she studied the old scrolls in Bilbo's study one evening, a particular document caught her eye, a weathered parchment showing tunnels beneath the green hills that didn't appear on any other map. That same night, the first shadow creature emerged from a crack in the earth near the party tree. It moved like smoke given form, with eyes that gleamed like distant stars, and where it passed, the grass withered and the air grew cold. The Bounders who patrolled the Shire's borders found themselves helpless against these incorporeal threats. It was Gandalf who first recognized the gravity of the situation, arriving at Bag End just as Marigold was preparing to set out on her own. "The seals are failing," he announced grimly, studying the ancient map. "Long ago, your ancestors, the first hobbits to settle in these lands, discovered something in those caves. Something that should have remained buried. The wizard revealed that an ancient evil had been imprisoned beneath the hills by a confederation of hobbits, dwarves, and elves. The hobbits, with their connection to the land itself, had been chosen as its eternal guardians. A magical amulet, passed down through generations of Marigold's family without their knowledge of its true purpose, was the key to maintaining the seals. Looking at the simple bronze pendant she'd worn since childhood, a family heirloom, she'd never thought twice about Marigold felt the weight of destiny settle around her neck along with it. "But why now?" she asked. "Because the world is changing," came a rumbling voice from the doorway. There stood Grimble, a cave troll who had forsaken the violent ways of his kind to become a scholar of ancient lore. His massive form barely fit through Bagin's round doorway, but his eyes held wisdom rather than warfare. The old magics are stirring, for good or ill, and so began an unlikely fellowship. A bookish hobbit, a legendary wizard, a scholarly troll, and most surprisingly, a shape-shifting falcon named Windwing who appeared at Marigold's window one morning. The falcon revealed himself to be one of the ancient guardians who had helped imprison the evil, kept alive through magic and transformation. Their journey into the depths beneath the green hills revealed a world Marigold had never imagined could exist so close to home. Vast chambers sparkled with crystals that seemed to sing in harmonies too deep for mortal ears. Underground lakes reflected light that had no source. And everywhere, the shadow creatures grew stronger, more numerous. In the deepest chamber, they discovered the truth. The evil was not imprisoned, but in stasis, sleeping through the ages. It was Morgoth's own shadow, a piece of his essence left behind when he was cast into the void. The original guardians couldn't destroy it, so they contained it, building layer upon layer of spells powered by the amulet Marigold wore. But Morgoth's shadow was awakening, and with it came dreams of darkness that seeped into the minds of all who slept. Marigold began to understand why her family line had been chosen as guardians. Hobbits' natural resistance to corruption made them ideal protectors against such insidious evil. The final confrontation came at the heart of the ancient complex, in a chamber where reality itself seemed to bend and warp. The shadow had taken form, a writhing darkness that spoke with many voices, offering each of them their deepest desires. To Marigold, it promised knowledge of all the world's secrets. But Marigold had learned something in her studies. The most dangerous secrets were often the ones that yearned to be known. With Gandalf's magic creating a sphere of light, Grimble's knowledge revealing the proper rituals, and Windwing's ancient wisdom guiding them, Marigold began the ceremony to renew the seals. The amulet grew warm against her skin, pulsing with a light that seemed to come from the heart of Middle-earth itself. The shadow fought back, sending tendrils of darkness that tried to snuff out their light. But Marigold thought of the Shire, of afternoon teas and morning gardens, of the simple pleasures that Morgoth's darkness could never comprehend. She began to sing, not a spell or an incantation, but a simple hobbit walking song. Grimble joined in with a deep trollish harmony, while Windwing added trills that spoke of open skies and freedom. Even Gandalf hummed along, his staff pulsing in time with the music. The shadow recoiled from their song of life and light and simple joys. The renewed seals took the form of growing things, roots and vines of pure light that wrapped around the darkness, binding it once more. But this time, Marigold added something new to the ancient spells: hope. The barriers she created weren't just walls to contain evil, but gardens where good things could grow. In the years that followed, the caves beneath the green hills became a place of learning rather than fear. Grimble established a library in one of the larger chambers, where scholars of all races could study the ancient runes and crystals. Windwing made his nest in an upper chamber, keeping watch and offering wisdom to those who sought it. And Marigold. She returned to Bag End, but not to the same quiet life she'd known before. She established the Order of the Deep Gardens, teaching other hobbits about their heritage as guardians. Under her guidance, they learned that the greatest magic often lay in the simplest things: in growing gardens, in singing songs, in telling tales by firelight. The amulet still hung around her neck, but it was no longer a burden. Instead, it was a reminder that sometimes the most important victories come not from destroying evil, but from cultivating good. And on quiet evenings, if one listened carefully near the green hills, they might hear the crystals singing their ancient songs, no longer fearful dirges but joyful harmonies celebrating the light that forever hold the darkness at bay. Story 5. Deep in the old forest, where ancient trees whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen, Theodore Littlefoot discovered the crystal quite by accident. He had been following a peculiar butterfly with wings that seemed to catch moonlight even in the depths of day, when his foot caught on something that glowed beneath the leaves. What he unearthed would change not only his fate, but that of the entire Shire. The crystal pulsed with an inner light that reminded him of stories about the lost realm of Valinor, tales of a land so blessed that even its smallest stone contained more magic than all the rings of power combined. It was both beautiful and terrifying, like holding a star in his palm. But it was what he saw reflected in its facets that made his hobbit heart skip a beat. Shadows creeping across the Shire, turning his beloved homeland into a realm of darkness. That evening, as Theodore sat in his cozy hobbit hole trying to make sense of his discovery, an unexpected visitor arrived. Arwen Twilight Star, one of the few elves who still walked Middle-earth, appeared at his round door. Her eyes held both starlight and shadows as she gazed upon the crystal. "The last light of Valinor," she whispered, her voice carrying the weight of ages. "We thought it lost when the shadows first began to spread." "You have found it just in time, Theodore Littlefoot, for the curse has already begun." She revealed that an ancient curse, cast by a corrupted wizard named Morneth the Dark, was slowly transforming the peoples of Middle-earth into shadows of their former selves. The Shire, with its powerful connection to life and growing things, had been protected longer than most places. But now the darkness had found its way in. "But what can a hobbit do against such evil?" Theodore asked, watching the crystal's light dance across his walls. "More than you know," came another voice, deep and gravelly. A dwarf stepped out of the shadows of Theodore's garden, Thorin Stoneheart, exiled from his clan for refusing to mine in sacred places. The smallest hands often shaped the greatest destinies, and so began their journey to the Shadow Mountains, where the ancient dragon Arumfax, the wise, kept watch over the secrets that could break Morneth's curse. They were joined by an unlikely ally, Grimwalk, the Redeemed, an ORC who had broken free from darkness through sheer force of will and now sought to help others do the same. Their path took them through the misty mountains, where stone giants waged their endless wars, and through the dead marshes, where lights danced above the waters and whispered temptations to the unwary. The crystal's light grew stronger with each step toward their destination, as if responding to some ancient call. At their first camp beyond the borders of the Shire, Theodore learned that Arwen wasn't simply guiding them, she was dying, slowly turning to shadow herself. The curse had touched her during a battle with Mornith's forces. Only by breaking the curse could she and countless others be saved. Each companion carried their own burden. Thorin, the shame of exile. Grimwalk, the weight of his past deeds. Arwen, the creeping shadows. And Theodore, the crushing responsibility of holding what might be the last hope for Middle-earth. Yet together, they found strength in their differences and hope in their unity. In the Fangorn forest, they encountered Treebird, who taught Theodore an ancient and song that could temporarily hold back the shadows. The old Ent revealed that hobbits had more in common with the Ents than either race remembered. Both were guardians of growing things, keepers of the world's ancient songs. As they neared the Shadow Mountains, the signs of Mornith's curse grew more evident. Villages lay empty, their inhabitants transformed into shadowy echoes of themselves. The very air seemed to thicken with despair. But the crystal's light never wavered, and neither did Theodore's determination. Arumfax's lair lay at the heart of the highest peak, reached only by a narrow path that wound between shadow and light. The ancient dragon proved to be both magnificent and terrible to behold, with scales that shimmered like molten gold and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. So, the dragon rumbled, the last light has returned to Middle-earth. But breaking a curse requires more than just magic, little hobbit. It requires understanding its source. The truth, when revealed, was both simple and heartbreaking. Mornith had once been a guardian of light himself, twisted by grief and fear into a being of shadow. His curse was born not of hatred, but of a desperate desire to spare others from feeling loss by removing their ability to feel at all. The final battle took place in Mornith's tower, a spire of black stone that pierced the clouds like a sword through flesh. The corrupted wizard had grown powerful, feeding off the shadows he created. But Theodore had learned something vital on his journey. Shadows could not exist without light, and light was strongest when shared. As Mornith unleashed his dark magic, Theodore held the crystal high and began to sing Treebird's song. Thorin added a dwarven battle hymn, while Grimwalk's deep voice carried an ancient Orcish prayer for redemption. Arwen, though weakened, joined with an elvish blessing. The crystal's light exploded outward, not destroying the shadows, but transforming them, showing the beauty that can exist in both light and dark when they're in harmony. Mornith himself was the last to be transformed, the shadows melting away to reveal an old man with tired eyes and a remembrance of light. The curse broke like a wave against the shore, releasing its hold on Middle-earth. In the years that followed, Theodore returned to the Shire changed, but still very much a hobbit. The crystal found a home in the party tree, where its light blessed the land and reminded all who saw it that hope could be found in the darkest of places. Grimwalk established a sanctuary in the Shadow Mountains for others seeking redemption, while Thorin was welcomed back to his clan with honor. Arwen, freed from the curse, became a bridge between the realms of elves and mortals. And on quiet evenings, if one listened carefully, they might hear a strange mix of voices carried on the Wind Hobbit and Dwarf, Elf, and ORC, all sharing songs of both shadow and light, remembering that the greatest magic comes not from pushing away the darkness, but from learning to carry the light within. Story 6. In the remote hobbit village of Dreamvale, where ancient willows whispered secrets to the morning mist, young Rosie Dufoot possessed a gift that both blessed and cursed her peaceful existence. While other hobbits concerned themselves with gardens and afternoon teas, Rosie alone could see the spectral forms of ancient hobbit kings their translucent figures walking among the living like echoes of a forgotten age. On the morning of her 23rd birthday, as dawn painted the rolling hills in hues of amber and gold, the spirits appeared more numerous and agitated than ever before. They gathered around her small hobbit hole, their ethereal forms casting no shadows on the dewy grass. Among them stood Isildur Took, the last great king of the hobbits, his spectral crown glowing with an otherworldly light. "The time has come, young Rosie," his voice whispered like autumn leaves in the wind. "The ancient pact must be honored, lest darkness consume all we hold dear." The king's words stirred memories of old tales whispered around firelight, stories of a time when dragons soared through the skies of Middle-earth. And hobbits were more than just lovers of comfort and good food. 1,000 years ago, when dragon fire threatened to consume the peaceful lands of the Shire, a pact was forged between the two races. Peace would reign, but at a price. Every millennium, a chosen hobbit would become guardian to a sacred dragon egg, ensuring the survival of both races. Now, as Rosie stood trembling before the spectral king, she understood why the spirits had haunted her dreams. She was to be the next guardian, though she could hardly imagine herself worthy of such a task. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. That very night, guided by the spirits, Rosie made her way to the ancient chamber of keeping, hidden beneath the oldest oak in Dreamvale. What she found there turned her blood to ice. The sacred dragon egg, which should have gleamed with inner fire, pulsed with darkness. Veins of shadow crawled across its surface like corrupted veins, and a cold essence emanated from its core. Dark magic, came a gravelly voice from the shadows. A tall figure emerged, neither human nor dragon, but something in between. Scales gleamed along his jawline, and his eyes held the ancient wisdom of his draconic ancestors. "I am Fafnir, last of the Draconites, and you, little hobbit, are in grave danger." Fafnir explained that the egg's corruption was no accident. Someone or something had been working for centuries to break the pact between dragons and hobbits. If the egg hatched in its corrupted state, it would birth a creature of shadow and malice, powerful enough to plunge all of Middle-earth into darkness. "There is only one hope," Fafnir declared, his scaled hand resting on the hilt of an ancient sword. "We must take the egg to Dragon's Peak, where the first pact was forged. Only there, in the presence of ancient magic, can the corruption be purged," and so began a journey that would take Rosie far from her comfortable hobbit hole. Guided by Fafnir and the spirit of Alderic the Wise, the last guardian who had died protecting the egg's secret, they set out across lands that had passed into legend. They traversed the Whisperwood, where trees spoke in riddles and shadow creatures lurked in the undergrowth. They crossed the mirrors of twilight, a vast plain where reality and illusion danced together in the dying light. Along the way, they discovered signs that the corruption ran deeper than they had imagined. Ancient wards were broken, protective runes defaced. Most troubling were the mysterious figures that seemed to dog their steps, hobbits wearing dark cloaks and carrying weapons that gleamed with an unnatural light. The Shadow Council, Alderic's spirit revealed one night, as they huddled in the ruins of an ancient watchtower. They have existed in secret for centuries, working to undermine the old ways. They believe that by controlling a corrupted dragon, they can elevate our race above all others. The revelation struck Rosie like a physical blow. The enemy wasn't some external force, but came from within her own people. She thought of the council members in Dreamvale, of their secret meetings and whispered conversations. How long had this betrayal been in the making? As they neared Dragon's Peak, the attacks grew more frequent and desperate. The Shadow Council had gathered its forces, determined to claim the egg before it could be purified. In a heart-stopping battle amid the foothills, Fafnir revealed the true extent of his draconic heritage, transforming partially to drive back their attackers with breath of flame and claw. But the greatest challenge awaited them at the peak itself. There, in a temple carved from living rock, they found the Shadow Council's leader, Rosie's own grandfather, Malabrith the Elder. He stood before an altar of black stone, surrounded by dark energies that writhed like living shadows. "You cannot stop what has been set in motion," he declared, his once kind face twisted with zealous fervor. "Our people have lived in the shadows of greater races for too long. With the power of a corrupted dragon, we will make all of Middle-earth bow to the might of hobbits." The battle that followed would be sung of for generations to come. As Fafnir engaged the Shadow Council's warriors, Rosie faced her grandfather across the ancient altar. The corrupted egg pulsed between them, its darkness reaching out with tendril like shadows. But Rosie had learned much on her journey. With the combined wisdom of the ancient kings and the strength of her own pure heart, she began the ritual of purification. Her grandfather's magic clashed against her will, dark against light, corruption against purity. The very mountain seemed to hold its breath as Hobbit fought Hobbit, not with weapons, but with the very essence of their beings. In the end, it was not power that won the day, but love. Rosie's tears, falling upon the egg as she remembered the grandfather who had once told her stories by firelight, broke through the corruption like sunlight through storm clouds. The egg's darkness cracked and shattered, revealing a pure light within. The Shadow Council's power broke with it, and Malabrith collapsed, freed from the darkness that had consumed him. As dawn broke over Dragon's Peak, the egg began to hatch, revealing a dragon hatchling of purest gold. In the years that followed, Rosie would become known as Rosie the Wise, guardian of the last dragon and keeper of the ancient ways. The Shadow Council was disbanded, its members brought to justice or reformed. And in Dreamvale, hobbits learned to take pride not in power or dominion, but in their role as guardians of a legacy greater than themselves. On quiet evenings, visitors to Dreamvale might still see a small hobbit sitting outside her hole, sharing tales with a magnificent golden dragon and the spirits of kings long past. And if they listened carefully, they might hear whispered the most important lesson of all: the true greatness lies not in the power we wield, but in the wisdom to know when not to wield it. For in the end, it was not strength of arms or magical might that saved Middle-earth, but the pure heart of a hobbit who remembered that the greatest power of all lies in staying true to oneself, no matter how dark the shadows may grow. Story 7. In the candlelit study of his cozy hobbit hole, Bilbo Brightbag sat hunched over ancient scrolls, his quill scratching softly against parchment as midnight approached. To most in the Shire, he was simply an eccentric scribe with an unusual fascination for old tales. None knew that beneath the floorboards of his study lay the Crystal of Dawn, an artifact of such power that its very existence was known only to a select few throughout the ages. The crystal had been entrusted to his bloodline by the Valar themselves, its light maintaining the delicate balance between darkness and light across Middle-earth. For generations, the Brightbag family had served as its secret guardians, passing down their sacred duty from parent to child in an unbroken line stretching back to the First Age. But on this night, as autumn winds whispered through the trees of Hobbiton, Bilbo sensed something was terribly wrong. The crystal's usual warm glow had grown faint, its light flickering like a candle in a draught. As he descended the hidden stairs to the crystal chamber, the air grew thick with an unfamiliar magic that made his skin prickle. The chamber door stood ajar, its ancient wards shattered. Inside, where the crystal should have rested on its pedestal of mithril and starlight, there was nothing but empty space and the lingering scent of dark magic. On the floor lay a single black feather and a note written in an all-too-familiar hand. "Forgive me, old friend. Some prices must be paid for the greater good. M. Morwen." His heart clenched at the sight of her signature. Once his mentor and closest friend, the powerful sorceress had taught him much about the ancient magics that still lingered in the quiet corners of Middle-earth. But something had changed in her over the past year, a growing darkness he had tried to ignore, hoping it would pass. Within the hour, Bilbo had gathered his traveling pack, his father's enchanted dagger, and the ancient tome that detailed the crystal's true nature. He knew where Morwen would take it: the Black Tower, a place of power deep within the eternal marshes, where the veil between light and shadow grew thin. As he stepped out into the night, a massive figure emerged from the shadows of his garden. Bilbo's hand flew to his dagger, but he stopped short when he recognized the distinctive features of Grimhild the Redeemed, a reformed troll who had sworn off the old ways of his people. Around his neck hung the amulet of Dawn's first light, marking him as one who had been transformed by its power. "The crystal's theft sends ripples through all magical beings," Grimhild rumbled, his stone-like features creased with concern. "I offer you my strength and my oath, little scribe." Before Bilbo could respond, another voice spoke from the darkness. "As do I," an elven warrior stepped into the moonlight, her armor gleaming with an inner light. It was Alawen Starweaver, whose path had crossed with Bilbo's once before during his researches. The scars that marked her face told of battles with darkness few had survived. Together, they set out under the cover of darkness, following the faint magical trace of the crystal. Their journey took them through the Shadow Woods, where trees moved with malicious intent, and ancient magics lingered like morning mist. Grimhild's strength cleared their path, while Alawen's elvish magic kept the worst of the wood's malevolence at bay. As they traveled, Bilbo shared what he knew of Morwen's plan. The crystal's power could be corrupted during the approaching eclipse. Its light used to awaken the Shadow Lord's ancient beings who had nearly destroyed Middle-earth in ages past. What Morwen didn't know was that such an attempt would shatter the crystal, unleashing chaos that would consume everything, including her. Their path led them through increasingly treacherous lands. In the caves of whispered fears, they faced phantoms that took the shape of their deepest regrets. For Bilbo, it was the moment he had first noticed darkness taking root in Morwen's heart and had said nothing. For Alawen, the phantom showed her fallen companions from battles long past. Grimhild faced the spirits of those he had harmed before his redemption. Yet it was these very trials that bound them closer together, each understanding the other's struggles with darkness and redemption. As they made camp one night, Alawen spoke of her own battle against darkness, and how she had learned that true strength lay not in denying one's shadows, but in choosing light despite them. When they finally reached the Black Tower, they found it transformed. Dark energy crackled around its spire, and shadows writhed along its walls like living things. At its peak, a ritual circle had been prepared, the stolen crystal of dawn suspended in its center, its pure light already beginning to dim. Morwen stood before it, her once warm eyes now filled with zealous fire. "Can't you see?" she called down to them. "The world needs to be remade. The old powers must return to restore true order. The order you seek would be built on suffering," Bilbo replied, his voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. "The crystal wasn't meant to dominate, but to maintain balance. Please, my friend, remember who you were. What followed was a battle not just of magic and steel, but of hearts and souls." As Alawen and Grimhild fought off shadow creatures summoned by the tower's power, Bilbo climbed to the ritual circle, avoiding blasts of dark magic from the friend he still hoped to save. The eclipse began, and the crystal's light started to corrupt. But as Bilbo reached the circle, he didn't draw his weapon. Instead, he began to recite the stories Morwen herself had once taught him, tales of light, prevailing not through force, but through compassion and wisdom. Tears fell from Morwen's eyes as memories of who she had been fought against the darkness that had taken root in her heart. In that moment of recognition, Bilbo saw his chance, not to defeat her, but to save her. Using a forgotten verse from his family's ancient texts, Bilbo channeled the crystal's uncorrupted light through his own being. The pure radiance washed over Morwen, burning away the shadows that had enslaved her spirit, while leaving her essence intact. She collapsed, freed from the darkness, but weak from its leaving. The crystal, restored to its rightful guardian, shone brighter than ever before. Its light transformed the Black Tower, not destroying it, but cleansing it, turning what had been a place of darkness into a beacon of hope. In the years that followed, the Black Tower became a place of learning and healing, where Morwen worked to make amends by teaching others to recognize and resist the lure of darkness. Bilbo returned to his life as a scribe, but now his histories included hard-won wisdom about the importance of friendship, forgiveness, and the courage to help others find their way back to the light. Elawin and Grimhild remained close allies, often visiting the Shire to share tales and wisdom with the Hobbit, who had shown them that the greatest magic lies not in power over others, but in the power to remain true to one's best self, even in the darkest of times. And beneath Bilbo's study, the crystal of dawn continued to shine, its light a little brighter for having been tested, much like the hearts of those who had fought to protect it. Story 8. In the rolling twilight hills, where ancient stones whispered secrets to the wind and the boundary between worlds grew thin with the setting sun, young Pippin Goldleaf made a discovery that would shake the foundations of his peaceful hobbit existence. Buried beneath centuries of dust in his grandmother's forgotten library, he found a book bound in leather that seemed to drink in the lamplight, its pages covered in script that shifted and changed as if alive. The book's ancient language defied ordinary translation, but Pippin had always possessed an unusual gift for tongues. Night after night, he worked by candlelight, piecing together fragments of a prophecy that grew more troubling with each passing day. The magical barrier that had long protected the Hobbit realm from the Shadowlands was failing, and only the willing sacrifice of a pure-hearted Hobbit could restore it. As Pippin labored over the text, strange occurrences began plaguing the Twilight Hills. Shadow creatures slipped through during the darkest hours, leaving behind withered vegetation and frozen ponds in the middle of summer. The very air grew heavier, as if weighted with ancient malice. On the night, Pippin finally decoded the prophecy's core message. A stranger arrived at his door. Tall and cloaked in storm gray, with eyes that held centuries of secrets, he introduced himself as Shadowman the Ranger. "The darkness grows bold," he said, his voice carrying the weight of hidden knowledge. "We must seek the Oracle of the Mountains before the barrier fails completely." Though fear clutched at his heart, Pippin knew he had to leave his comfortable hobbit hole behind. The next morning, he and Shadowman set out for the distant peaks where the Oracle was said to dwell. Their path took them through the whispering woods, where trees spoke in forgotten languages and the very shadows seemed to watch their passage. As they traveled, Shadowman revealed himself to be more than a simple ranger. He spoke of the barrier's creation centuries ago, of the great war that had necessitated it, and of the shadow realm that waited beyond, hungry to reclaim the lands it had lost. Yet Pippin sensed the ranger held back crucial information, speaking in riddles when asked direct questions about his own role in these ancient events. Their journey grew more perilous as they ventured deeper into the wild lands. In the Vale of Forgotten Kings, they encountered the Twilight Rider's spectral horsemen who guarded ancient secrets. Rather than attack, The spirits tested Pippin with riddles that hinted at a deeper truth behind the prophecy. "What seems an end may be a beginning," they whispered as they faded into the mist. "The purest sacrifice is one that need not be made." In the caverns of memory, they found walls carved with an older version of the prophecy, one that Shadowmen seemed to recognize with visible distress. Here, Pippin discovered why the ranger had been so evasive. Shadowmend was no mortal man, but one of the ancient guardians who had helped create the barrier, and his own sacrifice had been rejected by the magic itself, for his heart carried a shadow of doubt. As they neared the Oracle's mountain, shadow creatures attacked in growing numbers. During one particularly fierce battle, Pippin found himself wielding magic he never knew he possessed, his inherent hobbit resilience transforming into a light that drove back the darkness. Shadowmen watched with a mixture of hope and sadness, as if seeing a long-held theory confirmed. Finally, they reached the Oracle's sanctuary, a temple carved into the living rock of the mountain's heart. But they were not alone. A group of dark sorcerers, led by someone Pippin never expected to see his own cousin, Marco, had arrived first. They sought not to repair the barrier, but to destroy it completely, believing they could control the powers that would be unleashed. The Oracle, an ancient being of light and wisdom, revealed the prophecy's true meaning. The barrier wasn't failing by chance. It was transforming. The original spell had always been temporary, meant to last only until the people of Middle-earth learned to face darkness without fear. The time had come not for a sacrifice, but for understanding. The final battle took place in the Oracle's chamber, where reality itself seemed fluid. As Marco and his followers attempted to shatter the barrier prematurely, Pippin realized that his role was not to die for the realm, but to show there was another way. Using the light he had discovered within himself, he reached out not to destroy the shadow creatures, but to understand them. In that moment of clarity, the ancient magic responded. The barrier didn't fall but transformed, becoming a bridge rather than a wall. The shadow creatures, revealed now as lost souls trapped between worlds, found peace. Marco and his followers, confronted with the truth of their actions, laid down their dark weapons. Shadowmend, witnessing the fulfillment of a prophecy he had misunderstood for centuries, finally found his own redemption. His shadow-touched heart was healed by the very transformation he had feared, and his long vigil could at last end. Pippin returned to the Twilight Hills not as a sacrifice, but as a teacher. He shared the true lesson of his journey, that the greatest magic lies not in walls between peoples, but in the courage to understand those we fear. The Book of Prophecies remained in his library, its shifting text now revealing new stories of hope and unity, rather than tales of sacrifice and division. In the years that followed, the Twilight Hills became known as a place where wisdom could be found, where hobbits and travelers alike came to learn the art of understanding shadow and light. And on quiet evenings, visitors might catch sight of an elderly hobbit and a tall, ageless ranger sitting by a warm fire, teaching young ones the true meaning of courage, not the willingness to die for a cause, but the bravery to live for understanding. As for the shadow realm beyond the transformed barrier, it too began to heal, its inhabitants slowly remembering the light they had once known. The prophecy had indeed spoken true. What had seemed an ending had become a new beginning, and the purest sacrifice had been the willingness to set aside fear and pride in favor of understanding and growth. Story 9. In the peaceful hobbit village of Green Harbor, where morning mists danced with golden sunlight and the scent of pipeweed mingled with blooming wildflowers, the ancient whisper tree had stood guard for countless generations. Its silver leaves sang with the voices of ages past, and its roots were said to touch the very heart of Middle-earth. But on a crisp autumn morning, as Lily Green Tunic tended to her herb garden, she noticed something that made her heart skip a beat. The tree's normally lustrous leaves had begun to turn an ashen gray. As the village's most skilled herbalist, Lily had always shared a special connection with growing things. Her small hobbit hole, nestled beneath a flowering hillside, was surrounded by gardens of healing herbs and magical plants that drew visitors from as far as Bree. But nothing in her considerable knowledge could explain the whisper tree's affliction. That night, as she slept fitfully among her drying herbs and ancient botanical texts, Lily received an unexpected visitor. The spirit of Gandalf the Grey materialized in her dreams, his eyes twinkling with urgent purpose. "The tree's magic wanes, young Lily," he said, his voice echoing with power. "Its salvation lies in the chalice of dawn, hidden in the ruins of ancient Valmora. But beware, you are not the only one who seeks its power." The next morning, while the rest of Green Harbor buzzed with worried whispers about the tree's condition, a tall figure appeared at Lily's door. The elf's once proud shoulders were bent with shame, and his eyes carried centuries of regret. "I am Failor," he said quietly. "Once I was guardian of Valmora. I failed in my duty, and the city fell. Perhaps by helping you, I might begin to atone." Together, they set out across lands that had passed into legend. The spirit woods tested them first, its ancient trees shifting to block their path, their branches reaching with gnarled fingers. Failor's knowledge of elvish pathways proved invaluable, though each step through his former lands seemed to pain him. As they traveled, Lily learned more about the Whisper Tree's importance. It wasn't merely a guardian of Green Harbor, it was one of the last anchors of old magic in Middle-earth, helping to keep darkness at bay. Its failing would have consequences far beyond the Shire's borders. Their journey led them to the caverns of Twilight, where crystals sang with melodies of forgotten ages. Here, they encountered Grimfast the dwarf, whose people had once traded with Valmora. His eyes widened at the sight of Failor. "The fallen guardian," he growled, but upon hearing their quest, his demeanor softened. "My people remember the old alliances," he said. "I will guide you through the deep roads to Valmora's gates." But as they ventured deeper into the caverns, they discovered dark truths. Ancient runes told of a faction of hobbits who had grown bitter at their race's perceived insignificance in the great tales of Middle-earth. These hobbits had delved into forbidden magics, seeking power that was never meant for them. When they finally emerged from the deep roads, Valmora's ruins rose before them, a haunting reminder of glory long faded. Yet the city was not as abandoned as it seemed. Shadow-cloaked figures moved among the ruins' hobbits, whose eyes gleamed with unnatural power. "The Twilight Circle," Failor whispered, recognition and horror mixing in his voice. "They were the ones who helped bring about Valmora's fall, promising to help me strengthen its defenses with ancient magic. I realized their true nature too late. The corrupted hobbits had spent centuries preparing for this moment. They planned to use the Whisper Tree's death to awaken an ancient dark power, one that would elevate their kind to dominion over all races." The tree's failing was no natural occurrence. They had poisoned it slowly, patiently, waiting for the right moment to claim the power they sought. In the heart of ruined Valmora, they found the Chalice of Dawn, its gold and crystal surface still untarnished by time. But the Twilight Circle was waiting. Their leader stepped forward, and Lily gasped. It was her own uncle, Merrick Greentunic, who had disappeared decades ago. "Join us, niece," he called, his once kind face twisted with dark power. "Why should our people remain the forgotten race of Middle-earth? With the power we'll unleash, hobbits will never be overlooked again." The battle that followed would be sung of in hushed whispers for generations. As Failor and Grimfast held off the cultists, Lily raced toward the chalice, her small size allowing her to slip past defenses designed to stop larger folk. But reaching the chalice was only the beginning. She had to figure out how to use it. In that moment of doubt, the Whisper Tree's magic reached across the leagues, connecting with her heart. She understood then that the chalice's power wasn't meant to be wielded like a weapon, but to be shared like the morning dew. Instead of claiming its power, she opened herself to it, becoming a channel for its healing light. The chalice's radiance filled the ruins, burning away centuries of darkness. The corrupted hobbits fell to their knees, the shadow magic burning out of them. Merrick collapsed, tears streaming down his face as he remembered who he had once been. When they returned to Green Harbor, the Whisper Tree bloomed as never before, its leaves shimmering with renewed vitality. But the quest had changed more than just the tree. Phalar found purpose as a protector of the Shire's borders, his redemption earned not through grand deeds, but through humble service. Grimfast established new trade routes between the Shire and the dwarf kingdoms, enriching both peoples. As for Lily, she continued her work as a herbalist, but now she also became a teacher, helping others understand that true power lies not in dominion over others, but in the quiet magic of growing things and healing hearts. The gardens around her hobbit hole flourished more than ever, and on quiet evenings, visitors might catch the sound of ancient tales being shared among friends of all races, beneath the singing leaves of the Whisper Tree. For in the end, it wasn't mighty magic or ancient artifacts that had saved the day, but the simple truth that had always been at the heart of hobbit wisdom, that the greatest power lies in helping things grow, in healing what is broken, and in choosing to remain true to oneself, no matter how tempting the shadows might be. Story 10. Deep in the Shadow Vale, where ancient oaks whispered secrets to the misty air, and forgotten pathways wound between roots as old as Middle-earth itself, young Thorin Lightfoot made a discovery that would shake the foundations of his peaceful world. While digging beneath a millennium-old oak tree to expand his prized mushroom garden, his spade struck something that rang with a clear, musical note completely foreign to the soft earth of the Shire. Brushing away centuries of soil, Thorin unveiled a ring of extraordinary craftsmanship. Fashioned from what appeared to be moonlit silver, it bore inscriptions in flowing elvish script that seemed to shift and change in the dappled sunlight. Having inherited his mother's gift for languages, Thorin could make out fragments of an ancient warning. When the ring awakens, so too shall they who sleep in shadow that very night. The first dragon was seen over the lonely mountains in over 1,000 years. Its scales as black as midnight, eyes burning with ancient malice, the beast laid waste to 3 villages before disappearing back into the darkness. The ring on Thorin's finger grew warm with each attack, and in his dreams, he heard the beating of mighty wings. As panic spread through the Shire, an unexpected visitor arrived at Thorin's hobbit hole. Grimrock the dwarf stood nearly twice Thorin's height, his beard braided with runes of protection, his eyes holding secrets of the ancient world. "The ring you found," he said without preamble. "It was never meant to be discovered." Not until the time was right, Grimrock revealed a truth that had been hidden for centuries. The ring was one of 3 created by the elves to bind the great dragons to their slumber after the last dragon war. Now that it had been found, the ancient magic was unraveling, and the dragons were awakening one by one. Together, they set out for the elven lands, where the last lore masters might know how to prevent catastrophe. Their journey took them through the whispering woods, where the trees themselves moved to block their path, and across the mirrors of twilight, a plain where reality rippled like water and distant mountains seemed to dance in the haze. Along the way, Grimrock shared his own story. Once he had been the keeper of dragon lore for his people, until his own pride led him to believe he could control the great beasts. His failure had cost many lives, and he had spent centuries trying to make amends. The ring's discovery offered him a chance at redemption. In the ruins of an ancient watchtower, they encountered their first dragon. The beast's scales shimmered with all the colors of twilight, its wings creating windstorms with each beat. But as it descended to attack, the ring on Thorin's finger blazed with light, and the dragon paused, recognition flickering in its ancient eyes. It was then that Thorin understood the ring wasn't meant to control the dragons, but to communicate with them. The elves had created it not as a weapon, but as a bridge between worlds. This revelation came just in time, for when they finally reached the elven havens, they found them already under siege by the shadow dragons. In the great library of the elves, they discovered the full truth. An ancient evil had corrupted the dragons long ago, turning them from wise guardians into creatures of destruction. The rings were created not to enslave them, but to give them peaceful sleep until a time when the corruption could be healed. But there was a price to be paid for healing. The 3 rings needed to be brought together at the peak of first light, where the oldest dragon slept. Each ring required a bearer of pure heart from one of the free people's hobbit, dwarf, and elf. Only together could they break the corruption's hold. As shadows descended over Middle-earth and dragons darkened the skies, hope came from an unexpected source. The twilight dragon they had encountered followed them, drawn by the ring's power and Thorin's innate hobbit sense of kinship with all living things. Through it, they learned of the dragon's own suffering under the corruption, their desire to be free. The final battle took place atop the peak of first light. Thorin, Grimrock, and Elendril the elf maiden, whom they met in the havens, stood in a circle around the sleeping form of Encaligon the Black, mightiest of all dragons. As darkness gathered and shadowed dragons attacked from all sides, the 3 rings blazed with combined power. Thorin's hobbit courage, Grimrock's hard-won wisdom, and Elendril's ancient knowledge joined together. The ring's light pierced the darkness, not destroying it, but transforming it, healing the ancient wound that had turned dragons from guardians to destroyers. The shadow dragons, drawn to the light, landed one by one. As the corruption burned away, their scales changed from midnight black to colors of dawn. And Caligon himself awakened, no longer a creature of shadow, but restored to his original purpose as guardian of Middle-earth skies. In the years that followed, dragons once again became allies of the free peoples. They made their eyries in the highest peaks, no longer sleeping but awake and vigilant. Grimrock found his redemption, becoming a teacher of true dragon lore to a new generation. The elves added new songs to their chronicles, telling of how the smallest of beings had helped heal one of the greatest. As for Thorin, he returned to his hobbit hole in the Shadow Vale, which wasn't so shadowy anymore. The ancient oak tree beneath which he'd found the ring flourished as never before, its leaves shimmering with a hint of dragon fire. On quiet evenings, his neighbors would gather to hear tales of his adventures, while high above, dragons soared across the sunset sky, their wings catching the last light of day. The ring remained with him, not as a tool of power, but as a reminder that the greatest magic lies not in binding or controlling, but in healing and understanding. And sometimes on special nights when the stars burned especially bright, a dragon of twilight colors would land in his garden, and together they would share stories of 2 worlds that had finally found peace with each other.